And in this village, there's roughly 10 families. And these 10 families would farm, hunt, gather their goods, and would trade them with each other. They trusted each other quite well. If the farmer didn't have any grain to trade for the hunter's wheat, the hunter would let it slide and he would wait for the grain harvest. But then the villagers started making too many promises and it got more complicated and more difficult to keep track of these promises. So the village appointed Mr. Ledgerman. And Mr. Ledgerman's goal was to keep track of all the services exchanged among the people to keep fair and honest. So it worked well for a while. The villagers trusted Mr. Ledgerman. However, Mr. Ledgerman started charging a small fee for his scorekeeping because it felt like, it was a full-time job. But unfortunately, he started to accept bribe, and because he had monopoly on the system, he decided to raise his prices. So after a lot of chaos, the villagers decided to oust Mr. Ledgerman, and after a lot of thinking, they came up with another solution. Everyone in the village would keep a ledger, and they called it the smart ledger system. So villagers from all the families would gather at the village square throughout the days, and at these gatherings they would trade goods, and everyone would keep track of every promise made in the ledger. And at the end of the day, each villager would read out one another's ledger to check for discrepancy. If there were any discrepancy, the villagers would cross-check all the ledgers and would choose the most commonly entered record as the correct one. So blockchain works exactly like the smart ledger system, except the records are stored digitally. Next slide, please. Blockchain was created in reaction to the chaos of the 2008 financial crisis, and the goal was to create a system that was decentralized, trustless, transparent, that minimized, if not eliminated, fees. This was the original concept, but the truth is always a little bit more complicated. Next slide. Blockchain and DLT, or distributed ledger technology. So these two words have been used interchangeably, and even though the meaning overlap in a number of areas, they are not quite identical. DLT is an umbrella term for technologies which store, distribute, and facilitate the exchange of value between users, either privately or publicly. Some would say that blockchains are superior and more innovative to DLTs, while others would tell you that DLT are more useful on a day-to-day basis for commercial purposes. Basically, there's one major distinction. Blockchains are usually public and permissionless, while DLTs are permission. In companies, in the corporate space, when people talk about private blockchains, technically they're not talking about blockchains, but they're talking about a better data management system. And this new database does have a very solid impact on productivity, that's true. But on the other hand, public blockchains completely change the way we think and use money and computation. A true blockchain, like Bitcoin for example, is meant to be open, neutral, censorship resistant, and borderless, while DLTs are simply permission databases. But there is true benefits for DLT, for example in scalability. As DLTs are largely shared centralized databases, therefore they can process hundreds, if not thousands, of transactions per second, which is not the case of blockchain. For example, Bitcoin struggles to top 4.5 to 7 transactions per second, all the while consuming a lot of energy, as most of you know. So perhaps one of the big benefits offered by DLT is this scalability option, even if they don't offer as much decentralization and transparency as traditional blockchains. Next slide. So yes, Bitcoin is not blockchain. The best example is to think about electricity and and the electric bulb. So usually when we think about electricity, we think of light, we think of the bulb. But the bulb is just one of many applications of electricity, as Bitcoin is just one of many applications of blockchain. Next slide. Actually, if we can move to myth 4. So, the job blockchain developer was listed by LinkedIn last year as the #1 emerging occupation in the US. On a nearly daily basis, we see announcements for companies making their first blockchain hires. And usually, when it's time to lay off people, they spare their blockchain teams, like with IBM. And while you don't really need to have a graduate degree in cryptography to be able to code blockchain or to work in blockchain, you at least would need a good understanding, a good grasp of cryptography, of math, of information security, and how consensus models work. Next slide. Yes, blockchain is the best solution to everything. How many times did we hear this? When you hear a blockchain evangelist, you think that this revolutionary new technology is the panacea for all Earth's squalls. And while I wish this were true, it isn't. Blockchain technology is great, but there are times when traditional databases make more sense. So let's take a look at the decision-making model from the World Economic Forum. So if you're thinking of using blockchain, you can start by asking yourself a few questions. Am I trying to remove intermediaries? Am I working with digital assets? Can I create a permanent, authoritative record of the digital asset in question? If you answer no to one of these questions, you don't need blockchain. Now, let's think a little bit more. Do I require high-performance transactions? If the answer is yes, then blockchain is not very efficient here because, as I said, for example, you have 4.5 to 7 transactions per second for Bitcoin, while Visa is able to validate 1,700 transactions per second. And also, the storage. Do you need a large storage amount for non-transactional data? Again, if the answer is yes, storing on blockchain is actually not the best solution because it's complicated and it's expensive. Now, there are some hybrid solutions where basically you use the blockchain to have a tag, i.e. like an identity of the data, and the data sits on what we call off-chain, meaning the data sits on a different server or sits on IMFPS or sits on brief and short summary, and I'm more than happy to share with you the model, the decision model of the World Economic Forum, which I find is very good. Next slide. The hype of Bitcoin created a huge interest in blockchain and in turn translated into the adoption and the investment in the LT, which in turn is going to bring more transparency and a decrease in costs in many industries that have not fully digitized yet. So I already mentioned supply chain, healthcare with medical records, insurance, and so many more. And on this, I will leave the stage or the camera to my esteemed colleagues who will discuss real use cases of the NFT and blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very good. Thank you. I think I'm not a designer, but I thought your slides were very good.
Okay. Then maybe I am too hard on the system.
Yeah, but thank you very much for that. That was a very good breakdown. And so, as you mentioned, I think next up, and we're going to move to one of your esteemed colleagues, and Dr. Maria is going to take us through a little bit about the introduction to crypto and then some background as well on some of the use cases that she's worked on. So I will hand over to you. Are you there? Might need to.
Sorry, I was on mute.
There you go. I thought so. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great honor to be here, and thank you very much to Amber for her introduction to blockchain technology. Since we are talking about the future of banking, I would start to talk about cryptocurrencies and payment, and then we'll build on top of what Amber just said, so that we can understand how and potentially where the cryptocurrency could have an impact on banking, and perhaps even with greater clarity where banks are already using that, if that's one of the use cases that you are interested in. But as Amber already anticipated, there are several interesting use cases outside financial services or banking system, and in particular, if we have the time or later on, I'd like to talk about two that have worked on directly, which are land registry in developing world and professional certification and also distributional rights. But let's start with cryptocurrencies because it follows very nicely from Amber's introduction. Next slides, please. So perhaps I don't. What are cryptocurrencies? Just to have an idea, we all use money every day to buy goods and services, and to some extent we can think of it that some of the functionality of cryptocurrencies is similar to money, and those are effectively digital assets. And I don't use money directly because for an economist, money has a specific meaning in society. So let's not talk for the moment generally about digital assets, that they exist in the digital world and on. And what I mean by that is that differently from the pound or from the US dollars, we don't have a physical artifact that we can use in shop. So effectively we can use cryptocurrencies only via mobile phones or our PC or our tablet. So those assets can be exchanged for goods and services. So I guess many of you may have a Bitcoin wallet or have bought some Bitcoins, or they have used to buy the coffee with Bitcoins. But today there are about 5,000 cryptocurrencies of digital assets. And so you can imagine you have a lot of choices. Obviously, not all those crypto assets are the same. Some are more popular and more used than others. And we'll come in a moment about how to evaluate those things. But I would like to talk about Bitcoin because it was not only the first cryptocurrency created, it remains today the most popular, the most used, and also the best capitalized, meaning that the amount of money circulating around Bitcoin is still the greatest with respect to the other 5,000 cryptocurrencies. And that's an achievement in itself. What is quite important to think about, one of the main differences between cryptocurrencies and sort of the money of what we call fiat currencies, the British pound, US dollars, is that there is not an underlying national economy. So if you like to know how those things acquire value and how you can use them subsequently to buy goods and services, I can anticipate that the price is determined mostly by supply and demand. So there isn't effectively a central bank that regulates supply. As for example, the Bank of England, as regulates the supply of the pounds to sort of maintain and regulate and sort of maintain certain balances into the economy. So those are really quite important things to be said if we really want to think about cryptocurrencies as money as a potential use cases to the banking system. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to spend too much time on these slides, but just to see that the fluctuation of price of Bitcoin is phenomenal, and it's far greater than many currencies, many fiat currencies on the market. And I would like anticipate very clearly that while this is a problem for adoption, this is not a problem of the technology. It's more a problem of the size of the market. So, in other words, typically in economy we have some forces. The smaller is the market, the greater can be the volatility. But the bigger the market, meaning there are many participants, typically the volatility of goods and services tend to go down. And today, Bitcoin and many other cryptocurrencies have huge volatility. So just to give you an example, the pound, one of the most shocking events that happened for the fall of the pound was when Brexit happened. The pound fell about 7%, but typically the volatility is really very small. While the average volatility of Bitcoin is around 7%, and there are days where it could fall or increase of 10%. So that makes it really very difficult to use it to buy goods and services, and this is one of the reasons why economists do not regard cryptocurrencies as money. So, but we are not going to go into that, but just to say that this is a genuine problem that has not very much to do with the technology in itself, but mostly to do with the liquidity of the market. So if cryptocurrencies will have a greater market, we would probably see a reduction in volatility and a more stable value of these digital assets. I would like to say now, really, to go a little more in detail how cryptocurrencies are using the banking system, and in particular in payments. Next slide, please. So I would like to say in what way we make a disintermediation of banks when we think about payment in cryptocurrencies. So Amber was quite right. I mean, the first paper on Bitcoin did talk about the opportunity to produce micropayments, and I would really like to emphasize that it's not about substituting the payment of banks in altogether, but it's really thinking about micropayments. And perhaps in the Western world, in particular in Europe, or when we exchange money in the US, we don't quite appreciate how difficult it is to move money around because our banking system is really great. Okay, so I can today send money from one bank account to another in the UK in less than 2 hours and for zero fee. But let's think about the rest of the world, right? If I am a migrant worker and I work in Turkey and I want to send out money to, for example, my family in Angola, right? Then that is really, this is not going to happen in 2 hours for zero fee. It's going to take probably a couple of weeks and for a very huge amount of fees. And if I want to send a small amount of money, let's say $100, I can pay on average a fee of 6 to 7%, okay, and even more if moving the money from, for example, really not very, where the infrastructure of banking is very poor, such as Turkey to Angola. So a migrant worker could pay up to 10-15% for moving small amounts of money. So you can imagine that on $100, that can be a lot of money for a person. So the idea here of cryptocurrencies is to enable a transfer of money whereby we can reduce effectively the fees and we don't have to go through these intermediary banks. The reason why the Angolian migrant worker would spend so much money is because the banking system moves from banks to banks. So you would have a Turkish bank that connects, for example, to a European bank, that connects to a South African bank, that connects to an Angolan bank. And every transfer, there is a cost in moving in a transaction cost and in time. So we would like ideally with cryptocurrency to move money directly from one user to another. And I would like very quickly use the diagram in the slides to explain how this works. So if you see the diagram, you first of all, I already anticipated that we have everything digitally, so you only need your mobile phone, okay? And then you want to send some money, and instead of having a bank that then needs to forward the request to other banks, you have a set of computers that are called miners, and those people can be, or those computers can be all around the world. They will collect the transaction, and they will do something that is, this transaction will be validated to make sure that everything is correct. And what they do then, one of the biggest problems in moving money from a technological point of view is to prevent that people can do the double spending, meaning that I can spend the same thing twice. So those computers will not only check the transaction is correct, but they have what is called a consensus protocol in place that makes sure that the money goes from one person to another and nobody can spend this money twice. Otherwise, the whole entire economic system will collapse. So once those miners, typically those are enterprises, have done their job, the transaction gets put on the block of the ledger. This is why it's called a blockchain, and then the receiver will receive the money. So what fees do we have to pay? How does it work? We have to pay typically a fee to the miners who do this work, and so as you can see, we don't have to forward transaction from one place to another. There is effectively nearly a direct line between the sender and the receiver. And typically, a Bitcoin transaction costs a few cents of the dollars, and it's typically independent of the amount of money you send. So you can imagine that if this system was really working well, now our migrant worker from Turkey could send money, $100 for cents of the fee to the person in Angola. Of course, the situation is not that simple. There is a problem associated with scalability, the Amber notice. I have to say this is a specific problem of Bitcoin. New cryptocurrencies coming around that come from really professional people working in currency have already solved this problem. So there are cryptocurrencies that could work of the order of the thousands transactions a second. An example of that would be Algorand, and I'll talk more about that if people are interested. But I would like to say the scalability is a specific problem of Bitcoin and not of the technology itself. But the real problem in cost remains the exchange. I mean, our Angolian worker needs to exchange his own Turkish lira into Bitcoin, and then on the other side, from the Angolian dollar into Bitcoin as well. And that has a cost associated to the volatility of the Bitcoin. And this is why adoption is very important. So if you believe in this system, then the question is, are there companies out there that are sort of using blockchain for payment system in the developing world? And the answer is yes, there are plenty of companies. One of them, for example, that works in Africa is BitPesa. They use not only Bitcoin, but also Ethereum to do exactly this kind of work. And typically, they manage a certain amount of liquidity, so they are able to have the exchange rate easily. So the idea would be, if we imagine a future in 20 years, that Bitcoin becomes the real currencies and we don't have to make exchange in local currency. And that would be really, really powerful, the idea to have a sort of unique digital currency in which we can all buy goods and services and we don't have FX exchanges. So this is an example where we can do a payment system. So what I would like to say is that I would like to go to the next slide, Kwasi. Yes, exactly. The future, this one. One of the challenges, of course, is not just technology, but it is also, for example, the legality. One of the ways in which a country can effectively eliminate this technology is by making it legal. And here there is a map where you can see places where effectively cryptocurrencies have made them legal. Mostly because people are concerned about money laundering. There is a big mythology about the fact that cryptocurrencies are used for money laundering. Of course, there is evidence that some of the cryptocurrencies are used for money laundering, but in reality, the majority of money laundering still happens through ordinary payment systems. So if you want to imagine a future where Bitcoin stakes could sort of substitute some of the payment system for banking, you would imagine a micropayments for a global payment system. So when we want to really connect the developing world, we would like more participants to reduce the volatility, and we would like to have probably Bitcoin alongside national currencies that are used in the country to be deployed. There is one more thing I would like to say about how cryptocurrencies are used, how blockchain is used in banking, very, very briefly, in 1 minute. The first one is that big investment banks such as JP Morgan, Santander, and others are using blockchain, not with cryptocurrency, but simply the technology, as Amber described it earlier, for optimizing asset transfer, because this technology enables nearly instantaneous settlement. And when you have transfer of bonds or other securities, at the moment takes very long time in the bank, and potentially this is an opportunity to reduce the timing. And as Abba said, everybody can participate in Bitcoin. So each of us can send money around, and each of us can be a miner, but in a sort of blockchain device by JP Morgan, only participant called by JP Morgan could participate in there. So there is a difference in there. And then the last thing I would like to say is that, which is a mythology, that blockchain technology is not necessarily more secure than ordinary databases. And in particular, there is a huge problem in people managing what are called the private keys, which are the piece of secret that enable user to transfer money from one place to another. And a third of Bitcoins today are not usable because people have not paid a lot of attention to this private key. But we'll talk more about that later. Thank you very much, Kwasi.
Thank you very much. And so I think we'll move on, keep in the interest of time, and Mamiya is Bonswa's on.
Okay, great. Absolutely fantastic. Thanks, Maria. So now on to the topic of healthcare, which for a long time was not a priority, and for obvious reasons now it is. So this is quite an interesting time to be speaking about healthcare from a blockchain perspective. So this is my way of introduction. I just wanted to set kind of the scene and also my perspective on blockchain technology. Firstly, it's my pleasure to be participating in the Future Banking series, and particularly as a new kid on the block as of last year, having joined the blockchain world through a hackathon. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. So by way of introduction, I am a healthcare tech advocate. So before healthcare tech was sexy, I was very much involved in that world, whether it's from research as well as working in the healthcare tech sector. So as an ex-banker, currently supporting innovative startups and institutions, from the perspective of piloting my financial inclusion agent startup, I'm really excited about what's going on in the blockchain space, but particularly what's going on in healthcare. And my personal mission in blockchain is really to champion inclusion and also intellectual property that's coming out of sub-Saharan Africa, because I think, as the first speaker had mentioned, that the low trust environment is the archetypal ideal environment for blockchain to prosper from adoption perspective. So I think sub-Saharan Africa is a very interesting context for blockchain. So I'll start with my philosophical standpoint, because I think blockchain, whilst it's a technology, I think it's also a bit of a movement as well. So I believe that technological innovation should be directed at the world's greatest problems, because technology really is for us to improve the human condition. And then from a social constructivist perspective, which is where I was aligned when I was doing my master's at LSE, we very much believe that human action shapes technology as opposed to technology shaping human society. So in a headline, for me, the utility of blockchain is about truth by consensus. So we've got the opportunity to build something that facilitates a true democracy where we all have the vote, or we can simply codify existing inequalities, which is why the opportunity to bring women together and make blockchain more inclusive is so important, because we're ensuring that all of us have a chance to shape the future of the technology. And then finally, I'll just say as my introduction that technology adoption happens when the political, social, and financial capital is aligned. So as I mentioned right at the beginning, that for the first time, everybody's talking about healthcare. Why? Because we're in a life or death situation such that for the first time in a long time, everyone's now thinking, what more can we be doing in the healthcare sector? So as an important part of setting the scene and also drawing upon the themes that the two other speakers spoke about, sometimes we have to look back to the history and look back to our past to see where we're going to and potentially where we could, what we should learn from as well. So when I joined Cerner Corporation way back in 2005, that was at the beginning of the UK NHS's big landmark healthcare innovation program. So there was the NHS National Programme for IT that were spearheading the kind of information backbone structure adoption. So basically, you would have electronic medical records, you could go to any hospital or any GP and they would have all the information about you. But like a lot of government-sponsored projects, it was launched in 2005, then it was disbanded in 2011, and it was actually called by the...
You want some more? You want some more?
One of the biggest...
Mummy, I think for some reason you're muted. You might need to unmute yourself. Can you hear me? Mummy, for some reason I think you're muted. You might need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Dear. I'm so sorry. Okay, so let me start from the beginning because I'm not sure if you heard it.
No, we heard it up until about 10 seconds ago.
Oh, you did? Okay, great. Okay, so I just finished off talking about Cerner Corporation, just to set the scene of where the UK is from a technological innovation perspective with the NHS project, which was going to be a big UK-wide, I hope I'm still not on mute.
No, you're okay.
A big UK-wide transformation that failed horribly. So fast forward to 2019, which is when I returned to the blockchain world after 9 years at JP Morgan, which was fantastic and interesting in what Maria had mentioned about JP Morgan's coin, the JP Morgan coin. And it was just interesting that the JP Morgan CEO was very adamant he was against blockchain and called it a fraud, and then obviously realized that adoption was taking set and then joined in leveraging the technology. So with a focus on healthcare again, so I was launched into the healthcare blockchain sphere through the hackathon that was set up by FinTech Worldwide. So this hackathon was sponsored by the World Health Organization, and they wanted to focus on building a solution that would be useful for maternal and child health. So in that journey of coming together with a group of people I didn't know, then building something over a weekend, I had the pleasure of building from scratch a smart contract coded in Solidity that effectively provided a way of verifying delivery of healthcare services. If we can go to the next slide. So, as I talk about healthcare services, and again, building upon what I said before, adoption is the number one problem. How on earth do you get people to adopt blockchain? And let's also remember that as of last year, blockchain was 10 years old, so blockchain is just approaching puberty. So we're asking a lot from a young technology, but nonetheless, there are some really critical problems that need to be solved, and I think blockchain is well positioned for that. So that's why I like to highlight and look at blockchain development in healthcare through the lens of the consortium. So it's kind of a top-down approach, but consortium are one of the most powerful vehicles, I believe, for spearheading adoption. So consortium is simply a collaborative environment that brings together a number of stakeholders to test a solution and then accelerate its adoption so that it can be adopted on a broader scale. But a blockchain consortium is typically semi-private. It's got a controlled user group, and there are many benefits to this. Obviously, like I said, testing in a safe environment before rolling out, and then importantly, getting people bought in to the solution, which is why when I've been looking at what's going on in the healthcare sector, looking at kind of well-known companies in healthcare and seeing which platform they're warming towards, which consortiums are they part of, because as many of you that have read a little bit about blockchain may know, there are three main platforms that are widely known, mainly because they've been very aggressive with marketing themselves in ecosystems, and they are very aggressive in the number of consortiums that they're present in, and they're trying to ensure that more people use their platforms. So for example, IBM Hyperledger, Ethereum, or R3 Corda are the three main ones that are often spoken about. But I wanted to focus this healthcare consortia slide on the topic of supply chain in pharmaceuticals, because as I mentioned before, technology adoption requires the right kind of political and financial and social capital. So because obviously pharma is kind of big business, that's where a lot of effort and focus is going towards pharmaceutical solutions. So figuring out how we can solve problems in the pharma supply chain. So yeah, it's very much a battle of the consortia. And as far as choosing the right platforms, that's, I've heard good and bad things about all a number of different platforms, but I think it's really a case of testing and seeing what happens with the adoption and development of these platforms as to which one is good or bad. But I do have quite a strong US bias in my presentation, purely because a lot of the investment and a lot of the innovation is coming out of the US. So that's where I'll be focusing on these examples. So both of these consortia, as I mentioned before, are focused on pharmaceutical supply chain. Why is that? So the reason is because in the USA they have something called the Drug Supply Chain Security Act. So that act had the objective of, even though it was launched in 2013, being driven to develop and enhance drug supply chain security by 2023. So a 10-year program to revolutionize supply chain security. The benefit being to protect customers from exposure to drugs that might be counterfeit or stolen or contaminated or anything that would do harm to people. So just to contextualize the importance of that, of course, as we're all watching news reports of what's going on in the pandemic and having concerns about vaccinations and that type of conversation, if I take, let's say, a headline of Trump's recent statements, which could have very easily spiked a huge demand for hydroxychloroquine in the US market. And perhaps blockchain could come to the rescue, ensuring that no drug fraudsters can take advantage of this huge spike in demand by ensuring that drugs are actually the real drug. So, so with respect to the two consortia included here, so the Health Utility Network, which was launched in January 2019, represents companies that focus on a number of different use cases. So consortia can focus on lots of different use cases, so they can be used as a collaboration tool to figure out where a platform works best, but they can also be very specifically focused. So Healthcare Utility Network is quite a broad mission, so they're trying to figure out how IBM Hyperledger can be applied to a number of different issues, from governance to payment processing to insurance claims to value-based contracting. So what I think is really important in trying to have a view on which consortia may have an impact on the world going forward is which names are involved. So for example, Cigna being a very important healthcare insurance company, PNC Bank in America, and also Aetna, but there's a number of different participants involved. And likewise for MediLedger, which was launched in November 2019, but this is a consortium that is specifically focused on solving that problem with the US Drug Supply Chain Security Act. So specifically all around that, so you've got the likes of Pfizer, McKesson and PwC focusing on that particular problem and using Ethereum as a blockchain protocol. So that's one way to look at healthcare impact in blockchain top down. So if we now can move on to the next slide, where I'll focus on a use case perspective, because at the end of the day, we want to try and figure out what problems can blockchain actually solve. And I think there's often a lot of debate as to, is blockchain a technology looking for a problem, or are there real problems that are well suited for blockchain to solve? And I think the debate and the jury is still out, because only time will tell And the test is always going to be adoption, to see how widespread the adoption is. So the first example, so MedRec, again in the US, coming out of the MIT Media Lab, and also sponsored by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, is currently in its second phase of implementation with the Beth Israel Medical Center, and they are tackling the age-old problem of the electronic healthcare record. So the reason why I mentioned at the beginning of my talk Cerner Corporation, which was my first job, is because this is exactly what we were doing 15 years ago in the UK, developing solutions that effectively provided healthcare records that meant you could go anywhere and have your immutable records with you. So now we fast forward to 2019, blockchain is now being utilized to solve that problem. But I think where they'll be having success is that it's this very specific test case in one hospital, and it's also taking place in Massachusetts, where they've got the right stakeholders to actually at least roll this out in Massachusetts, and then hopefully, who knows, wider, throughout America potentially. But with their solution, they use Ethereum as well, focused on a smart contract-based solution whereby, like I mentioned before, you can visit any hospital and then have your records there available for you. Because I think even as a user of the NHS services in the UK, you'll often have problems if you move house or you just move between the primary and secondary healthcare system. That client experience is not always enjoyable or smooth because people don't have your information. So this project is one that I'm watching, because a lot of the healthcare projects are projects you're going to be watching, because so much of blockchain adoption is fueled by the investment. Of course, in the sphere of financial services, we're a lot further ahead in the progress of blockchain adoption, but healthcare has really been neglected. But now, because of the pandemic, I'm expecting a lot more focus and investment in the healthcare sector. So medical records is a kind of bog standard, sensible use case for blockchain. And then moving on to the pharmaceutical supply chain. So as I mentioned before, pharma is big business. There's lots of money and investment in pharma. So it makes perfect sense, particularly in the US, with this act providing opportunities for startups to tackle that problem, to now build consortiums to focus on that. So as I mentioned on the previous slide, MediLedger, which was started in 2017, to explore if blockchain could actually solve this regulation problem. So again, a number of different companies coming together to figure out whether this is viable, but effectively their solution involves a lookup directory where drug companies can be part of that directory, and then as a consumer, if you need to check that a drug is actually real, the information will be checked against that directory. Of course, blockchain being an immutable source is what makes this a compelling solution. But again, there's one to wait and see. I wish with healthcare we had more exciting things together, but these are kind of relatively new projects. But like I said, as the focus is now come back to healthcare, I'm expecting a lot more progress to happen with these projects. And then finally, last but not least, the solution that I built along with my team for the hackathon for the World Health Organization, which was a disaster relief context. So we thought about, they really wanted us to focus on how can blockchain be used in disaster relief, because these are low trust environments. So we decided to use the context of Syria and basically build a pilot that would be used by the Syrian International Coalition for Health. And that was a platform that would enable all of the various healthcare providers and NGOs involved in disaster relief to be able to verify and track the delivery of healthcare services to women and children. So this solution was again built on smart contracts, and literally in a way that would just validate that a certain action had taken place. So, for example, you would have an NGO providing resources, or even providing temporary homes or accommodation for refugees, and then healthcare providers who are being flown in to deal with certain aspects of the healthcare value chain, and then the smart contract would simply validate that certain actions had been performed. So it really is that simple, but again, just reiterating, in a low trust environment, that blockchain is perfectly suited to this, and it was quite interesting to see a hackathon that focused on disaster relief, because again, these are things that are not necessarily focused on or don't really get the limelight, but because of the pandemic situation that we're in at the moment, this has now become a very topical issue. So again, I'm expecting to refocus my time and efforts on healthcare as I progress on my blockchain projects. But that just gives you a flavour of things to come, and I'll leave it there. So thank you for listening.
Oops, let me take myself off mute. Okay, sorry, just taking myself off mute. Thank you very much. That was amazing. I thoroughly enjoyed that, and I think some of those use cases that you gave were very powerful. So very, very good. Our next speaker is somebody similarly of esteem, I think, and we're going to be talking about a topic that I'm very passionate about, which is climate change and sustainable finance. So, Dr. Tara, hopefully you can pick it up from here for us.
Thank you very much. Welcome everybody, and very excited to be part of this very important and timely discussion. Today I would like to go a little bit into detail around why blockchain and climate action makes sense, why it is important right now, and what are the emerging use cases that we can draw upon to see whether they are important in a scenario where after COVID actually an increase in traffic congestion, an increase in car use, an increase in energy production, and consequent rise in CO2 emissions. While at the moment we see actually one of the biggest drops in CO2 emissions, sadly many of us are unsure whether we will be fully able to harness the powers of green energy sources as a way to sustainably transition towards a low carbon environment. But I think for several years now, climate science had really an unequivocal consensus that global emissions should be peaking by the year 2020. And if you take a sharp decline to zero by 2050 as your aim, you can really tell that 2020, where we are now, we're nowhere near that goal of reduction in CO2 emissions. In fact, we're actually right now at a critical inflection point in our history of this planet, and the global effort to prevent climate damage has to be taken now in order to avoid higher, more expensive measures to be taken into the future on adaptation and mitigation. So of course climate change is recognized globally both as a crisis and as an opportunity, but requiring really transformative change, and we've seen a lot of goals coming together as part of the 2015 Paris Agreement, which is a UN Global Climate Accord. But now when you look at what we have achieved in terms of climate change, many actually are talking about the climate action failure, a global failure. And it's really, before COVID, it was most certainly at the top of everyone's priority list, ahead of all the other major risks such as war, trade, conflicts, and terrorism. But there is one big problem, and that is really that concerted action in the climate sphere is often fraught with mistrust, lack of transparency among the scope of actors such as countries, subnational governments, companies, individuals, and that's mostly due to an uncertainty of distributed responsibilities, and of course clashing incentives on who is in charge for reduction of CO2 emissions at which level and who is supposed to pay. But while the Paris Agreement is really a global encompassing framework to prevent warming above 1.5 degree warming, it still lacks a very clear mechanism enabling actors regulators to speak the same language when it comes first and foremost to recording and governing the use of climate data and verified action. And this is very important because it strikes at the core of what blockchain can provide us in a tool to protect our environment moving forward. So in this slide, you can see that there are certain benefits of blockchain which are very, very interesting when it comes to the climate sphere. Namely, 1, transparency, 2, decentralization, and 3, trust. So to give you a simple summary of what that means, data records on a blockchain are immutable, unchangeable, for a permanent ledger, for increased transparency, which is very, very important for us because one of the main areas for blockchain to be used to potentially accelerate climate action is through the development of next generation registers and carbon tracking systems. So these are kind of decentralized in nature in relation to the Paris Agreement. And the governance structure supported by blockchain requires also new approaches to tracking and registering carbon savings. And you always have to find a heterogeneous rule set for the accounting and reporting and to allow for trusted network carbon markets to work together, which at the moment are very fragmented and they don't work well together at the global scale, as we know. The other important priority is peer-to-peer transactions and how to build trust into peer-to-peer transactions, particularly in the context of weak regulatory settings under decentralized governance. So the same concept of decentralized weak governance when it comes to money transfer in fintech is the same consideration as CO2 savings. And one of the ways that many of our scientists are looking at why blockchain and climate change is interesting is around digitally measuring, reporting, and verifying CO2 amounts, quantities. Because digital technologies, particularly blockchain, can unlock new and much more accurate ways to measure, report, and verify climate outcomes. And we want to try to do this as cheap as possible, but with increased transparency. And this is really the challenge at the heart of all of what we're looking for. But smart contracts is a way to enable a lot of automated issuances, transfer, and payment of climate outcomes. And I will get to that as an example of how we have seen emerging pilots of applying this in the real case. And then the last, as I was saying, is around trust in the delivery of smart contracts. And this comes all to decentralized access to clean energy and finance, climate finance. Because our aim is to empower individuals to produce and store, ideally, their own renewable energy. So through the installation of solar PVs on their roofs, looking at energy efficiency measures, but then gain the savings through these renewable energy utilities, but also be able to trade with their neighbors whenever they feel that they're oversupplying and creating more solar powered energy, and be able to trade it with neighbors who don't have that facility. But blockchain really combined as like a new digital fingerprint allows individuals who lack identity documents in countries such as outside the EU to be able to access banking and to be able then to transfer CO2 savings amongst players. So if you go on the next slide, simply speaking, if you look at it very simply, climate action occurs in the real world. We all see that. But at the same time, climate accounting is very much moving to be recorded in the digital world. And on this slide, you can say there are two key players, basically, in this whole new system of trust-keeping record and data consensus. On the one side, you have the climate actors, broadly encompassing people that are involved in all relevant actions. So you have cities, individuals, policies, governments, all state and non-state actors who are working through policies and programs to cover projects which look at emissions generation activities with an angle to find ways to mitigate the impacts on the environment and find climate finance mechanism associated. And on the other side, in the digital world, you have climate accounting. So these are all the processes of recording climate-relevant information and data. And this ranges from the physical state of the planet to the list of all climate actors, the broad set of actions, and any agreements that they have been able to make together. So to give you a simple example, and one of the common examples that we've seen on the next slide, you can see that there is a lot of, that there is now a strong push of moving and integrating the tokenization of carbon credits into the climate finance and renewable energy space. So the aim is to say, how can we find ways to provide sub-borrowers, individuals who are driving to use more renewable energy sources in a way with means to reimburse them for the carbon savings that they have generated by switching from dirty fossil fuel sources, let's say, to solar PVs. And one way to look at it, and we've seen many pilots popping out around this, is to record the CO2 savings through renewable energy generation, such as solar PV, on a smart meter, and then record the data from the smart meter on a blockchain ledger. The blockchain ledger is very important because it's not only record keeping, but it's also important to verify that the CO2 savings are done according to the international guidelines, such as the ones issued by the UNFCCC, and relevant verification bodies, third-party institutions, who would normally charge us to verify the CO2 savings. But instead, we're able to comply with mechanisms and showcase information to all the relevant stakeholders, and at the same time ensure that there is the right quality standard in place. And ideally, when you're able to record the carbon offsets on a blockchain, you're then also able to verify those, and the verified amount can be converted into a digital token. And as we all know, the benefits of digital tokens are that they're much more liquid, much more easy to trade, and they're much more easy to be integrated in larger schemes, either with bilateral buyers or industry associations. So one of the examples is especially in Singapore, where the aviation industry is really struggling to comply with its mandates for reducing CO2 emissions as an industry. And the only way they were able to find new sources of generating carbon savings was to create the first blockchain platform for trading carbon offsets. And those examples, I think, are very interesting, novel ways of addressing an illiquid and at times fragmented and dysfunctional carbon market in the real world. I'll stop here and happy to take any questions later.
Okay. Oops. Thank you. Hope everybody can hear me. No? Oops. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Mute. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. As you say, we're going to have a Q&A session at the end. Also, what I'll say is that if everybody can look on the chat on the Google Meet, if you're on the Google Meet, or if you're on Facebook, you can post in the comments. We're monitoring the comments on Facebook as well. So have a look in those two locations. Start with a Q or end with a Q so that we can easily pick out what's a question versus what is not. And what I'll do is we'll move on to the next speaker. And so the next speaker we have, Paulette Watson, is going to... Hello. Yes, we can. Thank you, Paulette.
Hi.
And so Paulette's going to talk to us a bit about the use of blockchain in the education space. Over to you, Paulette.
Hi everyone. My name is Paulette Watson. I'm the CEO of Academy Achievers, and we work with children from disaffected, disadvantaged, or vulnerable, which come from hard communities, hard-to-reach communities. And the aim of our organisation is really to raise the aspiration level in science, technology, engineering, and maths. Now, my interest in blockchain came about when I won the win trade for women in engineering last year. And at that summit, there was a conference where they talked a lot about blockchains, and it was interesting for me because it was a new concept, and for me it was overwhelming. And what I understood about blockchain, that it's used This term is used by so many different people. So in my research, I wanted to do more and understand how it would impact what I do within my community, but also within education. And what I learned when I did my research with the blockchain, the term that is associated with it in terms of if you're a developer, I realized that it has a different concept to it. So as a developer, I realized that when you're a developer, it's a set of protocols and encryption technologies, for example, distributed and encrypted database for securely storing data on a distributed network. For businesses and finance, it is a distributed ledger and the technology underlining the explosion of new currencies, and Maria spoke about cryptocurrency. And for technologies, it is a driving force behind the next generation of internet. For others, the term blockchain is a tool for radically reshaping society and the economy, taking us into a decentralized world. So for me, I'm thinking, okay, when we look at education, blockchain technology, right now we see that it's about solving a problem. So if you look on the screen now, you can see 10 ways blockchain is can impact or revolutionize in education. So for example, you've got keeping records, you can use the technology to blockchain to help solve that problem. So what that does is that it becomes more easier to automate information with regards to the particular student. And although the technology is good to solve the problem, I thought, well, instead of the blockchain solving the problem, the technology blockchain could be used to open doors for learning. So what could be done if we could increase the capacity for schools? What could be done to help improve teachers' experience in education? Kwame, can we go to the next slide? And instead of it being blockchain used for just to solve problems, I thought it could be used to open doors for accessibility for students. So the current crisis right now in education in the UK is the term of accessibility. So for example, right now in education, especially higher education, we've got a rising cost of loans. So right now the loan balance for students aged 18 to 21 still owing has increased by 6%, which is 5.3 million by the end of 2019 compared to 5 million by 2018. This is an outstanding loan balance ending March 2019 of 121. Have you gone back? Oh, I'm
No.
going to say, I can't see, go back. Yeah, that's fine. Also, the blockchain could be used to help to widen participation for underrepresented undergraduates. So, data from Higher Education Statistics Agency, HESA, shows that in 2016-2017, disadvantaged students were more likely to drop out of university in their first year, which shows that 8.8% of their first year degree, those who are in full-time education, under 21 years, there's a dropout rate compared to the more advantaged students, which is only 6%. Blockchain could help to improve discrimination in terms of those having access to privatizations of schools. For example, where the cost is high, blockchain can help to eliminate that. So if you look at the basic fee for those in Eton, it's 40,668 in 2018, 2019. In Harrow, 40,000, and in Winchester. These are the costs of getting into these education. For refugees, those refugees who've been displaced, they don't have their records. They won't be able to find their educational credentials, but the blockchain will certainly allow that. Next slide, please. So instead of the blockchain solving a problem, like I said, it can allow to open doors for learning. So those young people who in the past who were underrepresented did not get access to certain courses, the blockchain could have a like the massive open online courses where they will be able to get access almost instantaneously to real information and being able to get opportunities to be able to go online and get advantage of being on the courses. They'll be able to be able to use the MIT Open Courseware, where it publishes free software. And what that does is that the information can be transferred in terms of the tokens. Also, for in terms of a global learning community, students will be able to gain access to other school courses through the blockchain, and also they can use a smart contract which will help and be able to set up, so if they want to pay for the actual courses, it will do it almost instantaneously. Next slide. So the affordances that blockchain can have for those young people who are underrepresented is that the blockchains can be a program to record anything that can be expressed in code, including the educational transcript and student loan record. For also those young people who are displaced or refugees, they will be able to continue to receive education no matter where they are, whether they are in the world, and they won't be denied access based on that. That's what the blockchain will allow to do. And also all users around the world will be able to have a key which should be encrypted, and they'll be able to prove in terms of the educational documents, and that would allow them to have access to it. So for me, I see blockchain as an opportunity to open access for young people, not just to solve problems, but to give them that freedom to be able to get on board, be able to also learn almost anywhere, anytime, place. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was very useful, and it's, I think, very important to understand how blockchain in particular can be implemented at the more grassroots level when it comes to education. We talk a lot about the higher education kind of side of blockchain. And
Kwasi, we can't hear you.
oh, sorry. Thank you. I should always take myself off mute. I was just saying thank you very much for that, Paul. That was very useful. I think we hear a lot about how blockchain is useful and the education side of it, more at the top end, universities, etc. The use of blockchain in the higher education space is fine, but I think we need to probably help younger people to understand how they can use it. And so on that note, I think we're going to go to the Q&A section of this, along with a couple of panel questions. As I mentioned in the chat on Google Meet, if you have a question, please go into there and put it up. In the meantime, I'm going to start this off, I guess, with a couple of questions that I have for some of our panelists who are here today. And I'm mindful that you all have, been very successful in this space, clearly, from what you've just described to us. But I would like to know, and maybe very quickly go through all of you one by one, in the same order that you spoke earlier, perhaps, and maybe tell us what's the biggest opportunity as you see it, and the one biggest opportunity you see within the blockchain space as we stand here today. So, Amber, should we start with you?
Yes, there are many opportunities, and it would be unjust and unfair to just highlight one. But maybe because my background is in finance, I'm thinking in financial terms, and going back to what my colleague has mentioned regarding cross-border payments. And indeed, she's right. Usually, when you transfer from the US to the UK, you're paying roughly, what is the cost of the transfer? $47 or something like that, which is a little bit ridiculous because we're using a system that has been in place for more than 50 years now. And indeed, using a DLT or using the blockchain will allow to decrease these costs quite a lot. And if you assume that there are roughly 500 million transactions a day going on, you can see how much money can be saved with that.
Great point. Maria?
Hi, yes, I totally agree with Amber. That's really a promise over perhaps for another future banking, we can talk about the quick technology. So
Good
it's
idea.
very important to use this technology. I would like to talk just to say that I think that blockchain can be a great help in my experience in helping and supporting government institutions. I worked a lot in West Africa, particularly Ghana, in building a land registry there. And again, because of particular, I mean, you know that better than me, Kwasi. I don't want to make a lecture about Ghana, but it's owned by chief, and there is not a proper land registry, and very often it's difficult to claim ownership. And this is not the only problem, but it's one of the problems in getting secured loans. And I think that the blockchain can support a group of banks or other financial institutions to actually create a consortium which is what we were doing, a consortium of for land registry to enable people to actually keep those land title clean so that they can actually claim ownership. And I would like really to think about that in the next 5 to 10 years. Farmers can use those title to claim secure loan at a cheaper interest rate, and to be able to actually become entrepreneurs in their own rights. And that would really increase generally the economy, not only of Ghana, but many other countries that have similar problems. Of course, I would like to emphasize that blockchain is not the only solution, but it would be a technical help in supporting a trustworthy land registry moving forward.
Thank you. Mamiya? Maybe you're
Okay. Oh, yeah, great. Sorry. I'm back. Yeah, I mean, I'm very much a pragmatist, so I guess we're in this unfortunate environment where, but then I guess the flip side of it, like I said before, for the first time, everyone's interested in talking about healthcare and technology innovation. So from my perspective, I'm thinking what is going to be happening soon as we're talking about COVID-19 trackers and being able to track symptoms, and we're kind of edging towards the conversation about the electronic healthcare record again. That is, as to how this is going to be enacted is going to be the question. I'm really hoping that blockchain will be looked at, but I think with the state of the UK NHS, there's so much legacy of the prior projects before that I don't think anyone would have the capacity to even investigate anything new because it's a public health system. So I guess being a pragmatist, the supply chain element is probably where investment will go towards, because of what's happened with the PPE. At some point, I imagine there'll be an investigation to understand why it took so long for PPE to get to certain places and what really happened. So in that search for the truth, I believe that investment will go into supply chain problem.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Tara, but Tara, actually, let me ask you this question. This is from Dominic on the group chat, and he says, many banking and finance execs, even politicians, didn't think it would provide enough value, blockchain that is, and talking, I guess, about Jamie Dimon. We're at a point now where consumers, developers and the media have driven execs and politicians to take a second look at the technology. What, in your opinion, are the true attitudes of these institutions? And I'll ask you that, Tara.
Well, I think that it's a very kind of tricky way to answer this, because I think that there is a shifting value proposition that is becoming clear to different stakeholders within this industry. You know, I think in light of COVID-19, it's become very clear that some of these pilot considerations of blockchain have more been seen as something as a nice to have, whether now where we live in a world where a lot of things have to be done automated and remote, but you still have to be sure that payments have been done in a verified manner. Things are changing quite a bit, and they're even talking, I know, in the US government around actually when it comes to paying the funding under the furlough scheme, to consider even the setup of a digital dollar that is all supported by blockchain. So things that maybe for the likes of Jamie Dimon and others were not that important, now they're realizing the only way that we can securely verifiably transfer money are the only ways to really harness these disruptive technologies. And the other one I really think is about the verification of medicine and origin tracing and ensuring that the things that you're ordering from China are really according to the standards and expectations that you look for. I think this is also something that we've seen a big boom on, and those two are for me definitely on the low hanging fruit angle for this thing.
Thank you very much. I think those are very good answers. I'm just mindful of the time as well. There's some more questions here. I'm going to go through the rest of these questions, but again, mindful of the time. So if anybody who does need to drop, just let us know, and thank you for joining. But I'll ask this question here to Paulette. Paulette, the question here from Julia says, if there are lots of digital assets, different types of cryptos, how does it become more valuable in time? As I understand it, scarcity generates value. In this case, different people will join different currencies. And I guess I'll add to that question, Paulette. In terms of the cryptocurrencies itself and the education space, how do we educate children about all of the different cryptos out there, what they mean, and how they're going to impact them so that they can use them safely, especially, the young children? You might need to go off mute, sorry, Paulette. You might need to take yourself off mute.
Okay, sorry. I got some of the questions, but right now, in terms of trying to educate young people with understanding of the different cryptocurrencies that are out there, the problem that we're facing in education is we don't have the skill set. So the issue we're having is training. So firstly, we have to probably train the teachers to be able to deliver that first and foremost. But the good thing that what can the importance of the blockchain really is that once these kids are able, the younger generation, get accessibility, which is also a problem, they will be able to leverage that understanding of how important cryptocurrency, understanding it and using it effectively, especially in the world of new and emerging technologies.
Thank you very much. I think I'll come to you again, Amber. Question here from Julius again. Oh, sorry, I'll ask this question from, who is it? Oh, here we go. Are there any practical tools available for new people to use to test how they can use the industry, the blockchain industry, I guess, Amber? So I guess the question really is, how, if you have ideas, how can you quickly test them and iterate them and see and validate whether blockchain is actually viable?
Well, the first thing would be to use a decision model like the one I showed on the slide. It's very helpful. So the one I showed was from the World Economic Forum, and I'm happy to share it. There are other models out there that will help you decide whether you need a blockchain or not. And you would be surprised that I would say 90% of cases can be solved without blockchain. In all honesty, it just became so popular now that everyone just thinks if you have a problem, you need to use blockchain. It is not the case. So yes, indeed, do your due diligence. Use a decision model before deciding to use a blockchain.
Great idea, and luckily you thought about this ahead of time, so you shared the decision model with us. So thank you for that. Question for, well, actually I'll come to Mamiya with a couple of questions in a second, but before that I'll go to Maria, and this is from Ferti, and Ferti says, from my understanding, the work of the blockchain requires an ecosystem to conduct proof of work. How do you set up an ecosystem as a startup?
That's a great question. So yes, it does require an ecosystem, and just to say very clearly, Bitcoin, when it started, it had only a couple of people mining, and now there is a really huge community. As a startup, it's very challenging. You need really to galvanize the community. There are different ways in which you can operate. One is that there are blockchains such as Ethereum or others that enable you to actually leverage the community that is already there. So with this kind of blockchain, you can create a new currency or new tokens and utilize it in a way that you see fit. And that doesn't require a huge amount of technical understanding. It realize that you know how to program effectively. And that enables you to do a quick iteration if you wanted to, and to leverage an existing community. But effectively, you are not creating a new set of miners. Or if you want, you can create a totally new cryptocurrency. So, for example, Algorand is a complete new currency. Elixir is a new currency where there is a new technology, and then somehow you need to go around and invite people to become miners. Miners are companies that put the information on the blockchain and enable that and in a way that can be trusted. And also they are commercial companies. They make money out of it. So they don't do it out of the good of their hearts. So you need also to have an economic model that enables miners to make money. Those are the two very important things if you want to start a blockchain from scratch. And that would require a certain amount of money. So Algorand, which was a new blockchain devised in 2018, raised 62 million before creating the whole ecosystem. So it can be quite expensive, and you need to have quite a lot of fund if you want to start from scratch. Otherwise, use Ethereum or other similar blockchains.
One of the things that's always interesting to me, at least, is the just 62 million. So they raise fiat currency in order to create cryptocurrency.
Correct.
Interesting paradox.
Actually, it is raised in crypto, but unfortunately, our world is based on dollar or on pound. So you need always, if you want to buy a service, you will need to translate your Ethereum or your Bitcoin that you got from the funding into a dollar or into a pound to be able to hire someone to do the job, for example. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think, and I always say something very clearly, Amber, you are right that most of people raise money into crypto, for example, on the Ethereum blockchain. In particular, for Algorand, it was raising fiat. I would like to specify that because it was done in a different way by the equivalent of a Nobel Prize winner who is a professor in MIT, and so on and so forth. So there are different models, but you are absolutely right. Most of the raised funds on blockchain happens in cryptocurrencies, and the most popular blockchain that raises funds is Ethereum. And for the reason that I mentioned earlier, you need to have some programming skills, know how to write a program that enables you to create new tokens, and through that, from the Ethereum blockchain, you can get funding in Ether, and then Amber quite correctly said that you need to exchange in fiat currencies to pay your people don't accept the Ether, and we go back to the problem of exchange and high fee and volatility that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, I think on the volatility issue, that's gonna be one of the challenges, I guess, in terms of the fungibility of the currency. If you're going to be paid in a currency that you don't know at the end of the month where you're going to be able to buy with that currency, it kind of reduces the viability.
Absolutely. I mean, we need to increase the market participation to reduce volatility. And just to give an idea, today the total market capitalization of cryptocurrency is around 300 billion, which is very little if you consider that, for example, the 60 more capitalized stock exchange in the world are about 70 trillion. So it's a very, very small market. So it needs to grow to reduce the amount of volatility. But it is overall a moderately new market. It's only 11 years old. So that's we need to remember that. So there is hope, but we need to work as a community more to make it more viable and more usable.
Yeah, okay, perfect. And actually moving on to that, in terms of usability, so Mamiya, in terms of the healthcare sector, question here from T, like when do you think it's going to become more viable to be used in a wider scale? Is there still more work required to commercialize it in healthcare? And follow-on question from Sona around the medical records. With the issues we have currently around medical records, do you think that this is something that we can solve with blockchain? And which parts of the UK are using it?
So I'll answer the second question first. That's easy. There's not much going on in the UK. I'll leave it there. Because of the legacy and because of the structure of our system, it doesn't lend itself to the type of transformation from a blockchain perspective. We compare that to, so I should mention, I was born in Saudi Arabia, so I have a slight leaning towards everything Middle East. So in the UAE or in the Middle East, they're very much on this blockchain journey because the environment is such that they have the oil money to fund the R&D, and I think the Middle East has always been fairly ahead of the game with respect to healthcare anyway. So this is another part of the journey of keeping the Middle East as one of the international centres of medical care excellence. The first question about the adoption. Again, I think that it needs to be a private healthcare system for blockchain to prosper. I don't see that happening in a public health system just by virtue of the number of stakeholders that need to be brought along for the journey. Which is why a lot of the innovation is coming out of the US, similar to the R&D as well, whether it's university-based or based in tech companies itself. The private system allows for tests to be performed at specific hospitals and then rolled out within states and potentially within the whole of the US. So I think the actual structure of the healthcare system will define how quickly adoption will happen. That's my theory, I think.
Thank you. That was a very good response. And Tara, I'm not sure if you're still on. I can see we've lost your video. But I had a question here for you. I'll ask you to... Oh yeah, there you are. You're good. So I'll ask you this question, then I'll come to you, Amber, with another question. What are the other prospects of blockchain technology, apart from tracking, measuring, and reporting, from a sustainability perspective?
There are two other. I think one of the biggest one that is actually really strongly embraced now is the tracking of carbon savings.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see this from many companies that are looking at improving their corporate social responsibility. There's a recent example of Ben & Jerry's, which is really trying to demonstrate how they're committed to reducing carbon emissions through every pot of ice cream that you buy. And there's a QR code, and you can really look at the whole supply chain and showcase how the CO2 savings have actually been achieved. So one of the other ones that is very interesting is all around biodiversity value capturing. So how can we ensure that we all have the same common understanding on a global availability of land, a global availability and the value of biodiversity, especially when you look at situations such as Brazil with the significant issues around deforestation. It is quite important to have a verifiable, trust-based legislation in place that really ensures we all have the same accounting mechanism in place to understand what is the available biodiversity in our planet and at what it should be valued at.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very good response. One of you, and you touched on, I think, the ability to create a ledger that allows you to track the movement of whether it's carbon credits or products and track their journey in an immutable way, especially as people become more and more bought into the sustainability agenda, is something that's going to be really powerful. So Amber, I have a question for you, and this is a question that comes from me, actually, so hopefully you have a good answer for me. But whenever people ask me about blockchain, I always describe it, not always, but I tend to describe it as the internet. I look at blockchain, distributed ledger technology, as the internet, and I look at cryptocurrencies as email. So one of them really is the facilitator of the other. But if I look at it in that sense, and I look at where the internet is now, I remember when the internet was just basically a HTML website. That was the internet. Now the internet, I mean cloud, AI, ML on the cloud, accessed via the internet, is a different, I don't even know how you describe something like that. So, transposing that analogy to blockchain, if you think of blockchain as the internet and Bitcoin as the cloud, as email, where do we see blockchain going in 20 years' time?
So that's an excellent answer. And if you recall when I was talking about disruptions, you might have noticed that the internet and mobile communication is the closest one to the blockchain disruption.
Yeah.
And indeed, adoption to start feeling the full benefit of blockchain or of any disruption. As long as you don't have mass adoption, it's not going to make any big changes. However, we need to always remember something, is that when internet came in, there was zero data, zero regulation on data privacy, on sharing information, etc., etc. All of this came through in the last 10 years. Blockchain arrives, at least for financial, blockchain arrives in an industry that is extremely regulated. It's so regulated that in the US, healthcare is not as regulated as finance. Okay, so disrupting this industry, or creating the world that the first Bitcoin users wanted to create, i.e., trustless, transparent, decentralized, in my view, is very, very hard, because we need to work with the current regulations. I think it is going to have to affect a lot of industries, no doubt. And as I said, especially the industries that are still very much paper-based, where there's no digitization, because I believe it was Tara who was mentioning adoption. No, it was Mame who was mentioning adoption, that the NHS already has a system in place. It's not going to suddenly move all of its infrastructure to the blockchain, and she is absolutely right. So it's only in the industries that don't have any digitization, don't really have any good infrastructure, that you will see big changes coming. You will see changes coming to finance, but it will not be, in my view, it will not be the big revolution of a trustless, transparent, decentralized system that we imagined back in 2008.
Thank you. Oops.
You want me to speak more?
No, I was just on mute. Thank you very much. That was a very good response from you. Thank you. So everybody, I'm just very grateful for you all for giving us your time today and joining us with Future Banking. Let me cut to me. Yeah, I really appreciate your time today. I hope that, like me, you've learned a lot from the session today. Our speakers and our panelists are really shared a lot of knowledge that you probably have to pay a lot to get access to this type of content. So really grateful for all of you. Tara, Maria, Mamiya, Amber, Paulette, thank you all very much for your time today, for giving it to us. And I think everybody would like to thank you. Everybody on the call would like to thank you for your appreciation and show appreciation for what you've given us today. So everybody, if you go to futurebanking.co.uk, you'll be able to connect, you'll find out more about us, what we're doing, and you'll be able to access some of our future events. In June, on the 19th of June, which also happens to be my birthday, we have our next event on funding. So funding is our next topic, and we'll be doing that in June. And thank you all very much for your time today. I will leave you to the afternoon. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kwasi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kwasi.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kwasi. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, Mamiya.
We're getting there, Janet. Yeah. But they say it's a workshop. It's up to you whether you want to. Exactly. Definitely. That's precisely what you say. Exactly. I tend to put my back to the beat when I'm walking down the aisle. It's that contact, isn't it? That's what we, oh gosh, yes, we do that. We do that. I sit down. Yes, exactly what it is. Yes, that's right. I did it, I did it. He was 6 pounds. Wow, that's small. My son was 6'2", my daughter is 6'8". That's right. well, how to drive, they prevented you from driving like, just these are things, she's cooking. Exactly. Yep. It's her, isn't it? She's master. And that's why every girl should be like, huh? You need to know that. time with you watching. 15 years ago, maybe more. 15 years ago now. I was about to say. I got it. They never stop growing either. Do they really work with you? Grounding? Okay. Because I've got catch vet in the garden and it grows so quickly. I weed it. It's mad. Right. Oh, okay, okay. I've tried some, but they don't seem to be very good. I'm not about to queue for too long. Well, take a flask of tea.
What do you want to do? The bus or party. to Mars? I don't think so. Not for outside. No. I need it.
Can't see much, maybe. He's all very experienced within the blockchain space. Good, thank you, Richard. We'll be talking to them about a number of different things. We'll be looking at how the technology in particular can be used within the property space. Looking at some of the land uses, blockchain being used in land is quite a popular use case. We'll also be talking to them about payments, remittance. So, for example, if you're buying a house, the house could be registered on the ledger. explain later what that means. And you'll be able to use a smart contract on the piece of blockchain. I'll explain what that means as well. And all of these things will really reduce the friction and make it a lot easier to buy property. As I was saying, we have a number of speakers lined up. We have Dr. Amber Gadar, who will be talking to Okay. Nope.
Yo, boko, malo too. Money, modeji, I hope you're ready, cause it's only who. Feeling the boy, she feeling the boy. Feeling the boy, she feeling the boy. Feeling the boy, she feeling the boy. Feeling the boy, she feeling the boy.
Okay, I'm so interesting. It's why they say that I'm the next thing. See, even on features, I'm impressing. People do hate, but I'm a flexing. Yeah, I learned a lesson. They throw me shots, but I am a chesting. I'm far from pop, my pop is resting. My flow so bad, my tongue is vexing. Yeah, no one is testing. I'm best by far, is what I'm guessing. 1, 2, 3, I win like wrestling. How can I lose? I'm with the best team. Yeah, I'm the boy with the fire. DJs give me more speed than a tire. Seen it all, done it all, sang in the choir. Feeling like I'm 10 here, only go higher. Yeah.
Now tell me something where I know fit do. Yo, boko, malo too. Money, modeji, I hope you're ready, cause it's only who. Feeling the boy, she feeling the boy. Feeling the boy, she feeling the boy. Feeling the boy, she feeling the boy. Feeling the boy, she feeling the boy.
Okay, it's so exciting. The game's been dark, but I'm igniting. Positive flow, I'm so attracting. Whether freestyles or even writing. Yeah, I put my life in. The bread don't cut, I put the knife in. My left hand weak, I put the right in. And take my balls from J to Brighton. Ha, I see the lightning. I know sometimes the rain is frightening. No matter how hard the seed is ripening. So when you hear Icy Prince and hype him. Yeah, I don't try plenty. I did rap, I did sing, I did. Until my account is fat and shapeless. Too many songs, but mine is latest. Yeah, so love or hate this. I'm getting my cake, I'm on the cake list. Beating my this right, Amos. Yeah.
She feeling the boy. Feeling the boy. She feeling the boy. Feeling the boy. She feeling the boy.
Chocolate. Boost on the mix, baby.